relaxing waterfalls, and home to one of the best ozone areas in Thailand. Nakhon Sitamarat Rajabhat University was established on the 9th of January 1957. First started off as a teacher training school with only 2 programs focused on training students in teaching elementary and secondary education. Later in 1975, it became Nakhon Sitamarat Teachers College and offered majors in a variety of subjects. In 1992, the college was converted into Rajabhat Institute Nakhon Sitamarat, conceived by King Bhumibol Adulyadej. Rajabhat Institute Nakhon Sitamarat was elevated by King Bhumibol Adulyadej to university status on June 15, 2004, and is known as Nakhon Sitamarat Rajabhat University to the present. Throughout the past years, Nakhon Sitamarat Rajabhat University has always focused on regional areas development and retained the King's determination in line with the university motto, enlightening the local, prospering the nation. The university now offers a large number of academic disciplines, with a total of 5 faculties: Faculty of Education, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Faculty of Industrial Technology, Faculty of Science and Technology, and Faculty of Management Science, 1 graduate school and 59 programs. There are 50 undergraduate programs and 9 graduate programs, consisting of 5 master degree programs and 4 doctoral degree programs. The university in the current situation under the management of the present President, Assistant Professor Dr. Kanat Tatong, Nakhon Sitamarat Rajabhat University aims to produce high-quality graduates who can directly inspire and shape the future of Thai citizens in the University in the current situation under the management of the present President, Assistant Professor Dr. Kanata Tong, Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajabhat University aims to produce high-quality graduates who can directly inspire and shape the future of Thai citizens in the country and the world. To foster the knowledge and research, the university strives to ensure all ranges of disciplines. The teaching methodology and research activities shall promote and further enhance to become a renowned university of excellence for the benefits of local society and world community. The university has always placed significant emphasis on internationalization as a key factor in developing world-class teaching and research standards. Moreover, Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajabhat University has been named as the most sustainable university in southern region of Thailand in 2019. It was also the top-ranked green university in Thailand, according to UI Green Metric University Ranking 2018-2019. At the next half-century, Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajabhat University shall adhere to keep going as university for the locals. We will continue to build the next generation graduates by cultivating them to become the creative thinkers, high-quality practitioners, and effective leaders to serve the society. Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajabhat University, where we are the men of the king, servants of the land. This is Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajabhat University, a university in the south of Thailand under the Royal Thai Ministry of Higher Education. Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Management Science, 59 programs. There are 50 undergraduate programs and 9 graduate programs, consisting of 5 master degree programs and 4 doctoral degree programs. Historical significance. The university is surrounded by the breathtaking mountains, lush green forests, relaxing waterfalls, and home to one of the best ozone areas in Thailand. Nakhon Sitamarat Rajapat University was established on the 9th of January 1957. First started off as a teacher training school with only 2 programs focused on training students in teaching elementary and secondary education. Later in 1975, it became Nakhon Sitamarat Teachers College and offered majors in a variety of subjects. In 1992, the college was This is Nakhon Sita Marat Rajabhat University, a university in the south of Thailand under the Royal Thai Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. Situated in Nakhon Sita Marat, which is one of the most ancient cities in Thailand, and contains various buildings and ruins of historical significance. The university is surrounded by the breathtaking mountains, lush green forests, relaxing waterfalls, and home to one of the best ozone areas in Thailand. Nakhon Sita Marat Rajabhat University was established on the 9th of January 1957. First started off as a teacher training school with only 2 programs focused on training students in teaching elementary and secondary education. Later in 1975, it became Nakhon Sita Marat Teachers College and offered majors in a variety of subjects. In 1990, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second ICRU International Conference on World Sustainable Development, WSD 2020, with the theme of Sustainable Community Development. I'm Christine Soriano from the Language Center, Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajabhat University.
Good morning. I'm Sanacha Tirachun from the Faculty of Management Science and STRU. Both of us will be your MC during this whole morning opening ceremony.
First and for all, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our visitors and guests for this ceremony. The National Pingtung University Taiwan, which is actually on air with us, the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology, Chiang Rai Rajabat University, the Pang Rajabat University,
Chiang Mai Ratchapat University, Nakhon Sawan Ratchapat University, the representative from Ramphai Phani Ratchapat University, and us, NSTRU Nakhon Si Thammarat Ratchapat University.
We just have witnessed the video presentation of Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajabhat University. And at this moment, we would like to walk you through the schedule for this morning ceremony. After this, we're going to start the ceremony by giving the purpose and objectives of this conference, followed by the welcome speech of our dear President, and the official opening of this ceremony, and we are going to call the 8 co-host universities, followed by the welcome dance performance of Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajabhat University students, and the tokens of appreciations for the co-host universities.
Then will be the handover ceremony that we will be giving the plaque of the sign of to be the next host to the representative of the National Pingtung University from Taiwan. And then we will have go to the honorary discourse that we will have three very interesting topics altogether. The first one will be the topic about the King philosophy for sustainable community development. The second one will be the university management style for community development. And the third one will be the science in local development from three of our keynote speakers there. Then we will have the MOU signing ceremony. This is especially between NSTRU and CFCST.
When that would be done, all of us will be going downstairs on the first floor so that we can have our lunch together. And after which, all of us will be moving to Building 38 for the presentations for each researches.
Yes, and in the afternoon, we will go through the scholar session. We have two international presentations, which are oral presentation and the poster presentations. Both of them will be on the second floor of the building number 38. And after that, we will have the welcome party, right?
Yes, so this evening we're going to have the welcome dinner for everyone. Like we have announced before, we are strongly requesting that you will wear your national or your traditional costume because this is an international conference. So we would like to see the culture as well so that you can actually share with everybody. So we are encouraging and inviting you to join the welcome dinner this evening. That would be on the first floor of this auditorium as well.
And according to our time, I think that we will bring all of you to the official session of this opening ceremony.
We would like to call on Dr. Tacha Sampim, the Deputy Director of RDI, to represent the Director of RDI to give the purpose of this conference.
Accordingly, we would like to call on our President, uh, Assistant Professor Dr. Kanatha Thong, and accordingly, we would like to call on all the co-hosts to be present on the stage all together.
We would like to call on the representative for Pingtung University, Assistant Professor Sonchai Moitangsong, the Vice President of Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology, Vice President Professor Dr. Onofre S. Carpus, the Vice President of Lampang Rajabat University, Assistant Professor Pimpaka Pochilangka.
The Director of RDI Chiang Mai Ratchapat University, Dr. Bang'on Chat Rung Reung. The Director of RDI Nakhon Sawan Ratchapat University, Assistant Professor Dr. Somboon Niyom. The Director of RDI Lampang Ratchapat University, Assistant Professor Duangchai Puttawong, the representative of Rampai Pani Ratchapat University. The Director of RDI Chiang Rai Ratchapat University, Dr. Anand Inta, and the Director of RDI and STRU, Assistant Professor Surasak Kao On.
Venerable Associate Professor Dr. Kanatha Thong, President of Nakhon Si Thammarat University. On behalf of the conference organizing committee and all participants at the second ICRU International Conference on World Sustainable Development, WSD 2020. It is our honor and great pleasure to have you present as the chairperson of the open ceremony of the International Conference today. This conference is organized through academic operation between 8 institutions consisting of 6 well-known domestic educational institutions, namely Chiang Mai Ratchapat University, who was lead host the first ICRU International Conference, Chiang Rai Ratchapat University, Nakhon Sawan Ratchapat University, Rampai Pani Ratchapat University, Lampang Ratchapat University, and Nakhon Si Thammarat Ratchapat University, and two renowned international educational institutions, namely Cotabato Foundation, College of Science and Technology from Philippines, and National Pingtung University from Taiwan, who would be the lead host of the ICRU International Conference. The conference objectives are to create operation in organizing international conferences and disseminate research and academic works of professors, academics, researchers, and graduate students, as well as exchanging academic knowledge at an international level. Undoubtedly, our operation under such this cooperation is to organize an international conference to disseminate research results every year through switching to be the lead host of the meeting and supporting the resources, budget, manpower, and other resources needs. To organize a successful meeting and achieve to set goals together. Nakhon Si Thammarat Ratchapat University as the lead host of the second international conference on World Sustainable Development, WSD 2020, under the theme of Sustainable Community Development. We have designed many interesting activities at this conference. For example, there would be 3 topics on keynote speech by honorary keynote speakers, which include the topic on King Philosophy for Sustainable Community Development by Mr. Suwat Jirapan, Deputy Secretary General of the Chai Patana Foundation. The second topic on University Management Style for Community Development by Professor Mai Kuo, President of the National Pingtung University from Taiwan. At the third topic on Science in Local Development by Professor Dr. Onofre S. Corpus, Vice President of Research, Development and Extension, Cotabato Foundation, College of Science and Technology. In addition, the conference is driven by researchers respectively through presentation in form of 54 oral works and 7 photo works with total of the 61 items. There would be an estimated number of 200 participants, both presenters and attendees, showing the close relationship among the Rajapat University Network and University Abroad, which considered as a demonstration of academic potential of Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajapat University to be evident. On this occasion, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Kanat Thatong to deliver the open speech for the second ICRU International Conference on World Sustainable Development WSD 2020.
Dear President of National Pingtung University from Taiwan, Vice President of the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology, President of Chiang Rai Ratchapat University, Vice President of Lampang Ratchapat University, Administrator of 8 co-host university, delegate and all honorable guests. Today I am very pleased and honored to be invited and preside over the opening speech of the second ICRU International Conference of World Sustainable Development 2020. The second International Conference on the World Sustainable Development 2020 under the theme of the Sustainable Community Development is an academic forum to promote the dissemination of research and academic work in international level, which also coincided as a great success of the conference organizing network among 8 co-host institutions through joint organization activity, disseminating useful research results and stimulating interest in education and learning about research to the education and research cycle to broadly expand. Particularly, it is an opportunity of the faculty and researchers to be informed of how to quality in research work of the network and the quality of the research presentation is. It also encourages faculty, academics, and researchers to express their opinion and needs regarding to research as well as related matter as out be researched in the future through exchanging ideas with researchers directly. Nakhon Si Thammarat Ratchapat University and our affiliate network to attach great importance to the production of quality research, including creating a strong research system. Many of you here are on those. We have been in the research industry for a long time. You are surely very well aware that we still have a lot of work to do together, whether it is cross-disciplinary research and we can seriously solve the entire society economic problem, which has characteristics of the work between departments in the form of horizontal unit, further and vertical. At the same time, there was the seriously concerned discussion of system research to future advance to research of the economic. Ladies and gentlemen, research is considered as extreme valuable activity for the prosperity of society. It is an initiate a state to the create work of human civilization, especially as a fundamental factor of economic and social sustainability. Conducting a quality research is not only making new knowledge or new idea and new approach which were ideal to successful solution, but it also fosters development to continue without interruption in order to achieve the goal what society as shared desire. For instance, at the time for clarity a small problem areas coincide with the way to solve the problem is not clear. People in the society will try to look at new and old knowledge. Based on quality research process to explain the real phenomenon, which include using it to find solution and way out of the problem. Consequently, it can be said that development society put on trust and know how to use quality research to become solution to eliminate wisdom to ongoing social development. Thank all for coming to this conference. Also, I would like to thank the coordinate and the organizing committee. You've done a very good job, and thank everyone to help to make this conference possible and successful. Now, it is a reasonable time. I would like to open the second international conference on World Sustainable Development under the theme of the Sustainable Committee Development. By now, may I wish event to be successful in all these objectives. Thank you very much.
There will be a group photo for this opening ceremony shot. Please be on the stage for a while. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And next will be the welcome dance that is called กระดิ่งสายพุทธชน or the Buddha's bell rings that develop from the faith and the respect of people for the Buddhism.
Nakhon Si Thammarat, city of civilization, a livable, nice place to visit, and a city of sustainable agriculture and industries.
การสร้างบุญหนุนชีวิต
People's faith and belief in sacredness of Buddha's relics can be seen in Nakhon Si
กา
Thammarat.
รสร้างบุญหนุนชีวิต
This recreation shows that every time people are making merits, they will ring the bells in order to tell the invisible holy creatures according to the beliefs of people in Nakhon Si
ถ้า
Thammarat.
เป็นพุทธนาตาบูชาและแก่แว่นเงินทองควรคู
Scholars in the classical dance program work on the creative research and develop the performance that informs about faith in order to publicly publish in the forms of the performance in scholarly articles.
ความเชื่อทรงพ้นเพเพื่อนำนุ่นและทรงพ้นเพเพื่อนำนุ่นและด้วยพุทธคุณสมมาตรก็ได้ตามที่ปรารถนาก็ด้วยพุทธคุณสมมาตรโอ้คนทั่วเมืองเชื่อเรื่องจริงนั่นแหละคนทั่วเมืองโนก็เชื่อเรื่องจริงแล้วการสั่นกระดิ่งนำพาแล้วการสั่นกระดิ่งนำพานุ่นวาสนาชื่อเสียงเกียรติยศให้เกลียงเอ้ยเกยแล้วนุ่นวาสนาชื่อเสียงเกียรติยศให้เกลียงเอ้ยเกย
Thank
Thank you very much for a very wonderful. Thank you very much for a very wonderful performance from Nakhon Si Thammarat Rajabhat University dance students.
Yes, I hope everyone will enjoy this. I heard that this is not just a performance, but it is the result of the research from the classical dance department.
At this moment, so we would like to call on once more our beloved President, Assistant Professor Dr. Kanata Tong, to present the token of appreciations to the co-host universities. I would like to call on the representative for Pingtung National University, Assistant Professor Dr. Sunchai Mungtaisong, to receive the token of appreciation for Pingtung National University. Next is the Vice President of Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology, Professor Dr. Onofre S. Carpus, to receive the token of appreciation. Next is the and again for Dr. Onofre S. Carpus. Once again, we would like to call on Assistant Professor Dr. Sunchai Mungtaisong to receive the token of appreciation for Chiang Rai Rajabhat University. Next will be the Vice President of Rajabat Lampang University, Assistant Professor Pimpaka Pochilangka.
Next will be the Director of RDI Chiang Mai Ratchapat University, Dr. Bang'on Chat Rung Reung. Next will be the Director of RDI Nakhon Sawan Ratchapat University, Assistant Professor Dr. Somboon Niyom. Last but not least, the director of RDI Lampang Ratchapat University, Assistant Professor ดวงใจพุทธวงศ์ to represent Rampai Panni Ratchapat University. And then will be a group photo session. May we invite all the vice president and the board of committee of the Ratchapat University to come up the stage to take a group photo together, please. Thank you very much, everyone. Next will be the handover ceremony. Unfortunately, according to the COVID-19, some of our friends cannot come to Thailand because of the sensitive situation. But thanks to the digital technology that finally we can connect to each other by the teleconference after this. Yeah.
For the handover ceremony, we would like once again to call our President, Assistant Professor Dr. Kanata Tong, and the representative for the National Pingtung University as the next co-host, Dr. Sanchai Mangtaisong.
Dr. Sonchai Mung Thai Song will come after the performance. Please welcome for our handover ceremony performance.
would like to invite all of you to express our big congratulations to the National Pingtong University Taiwan and for being the next host for the International Conference on World Sustainable Community Development. Let us witness the giving of the plaque to the National Pingtong University Taiwan. The National Pingtong University Taiwan will be hosting for the third International Conference on the World Sustainable Community Development.
Let me call Dr. Sunshine Wang Tai Song to receive the plaque for the National Pingtung University Taiwan.
ไม่ว่าคุณจะเป็นใครมาจากไหนต้อนรับด้วยใจสายสัมพันธ์ใกล้ชิดฟ้าดังกระหึ่มเพลงประโคมไทยทั้งของทั้งกรองราไกรสยามนิรมิตดินแดนอัศจรรย์รื่นรมและสุขสันต์แดนทองถิ่นไทยนั้นฝันเป็นจริงทุกสิ่งคิดฟ้าดังกระหึ่มเพลงประโคมไทยทั้งของทั้งกรองราไกรสยามนิรมิตดินแดนอัศจรรย์รื่นรมและสุขสันต์แดนทองถิ่นไทยนั้นฝันเป็นจริงทุกสิ่งคิดในสยามนิรมิตในสยามนิรมิตในสยามนิรมิตในสยามนิรมิต
Yeah, we will have a group photo session. Thank you very much, everyone, for the group photo session. After this handover ceremony, our next official host of the third ICRU International Conference on Sustainable Development will be from the National Pingtung University. So we know that next year everyone is going to go to Taiwan. But we may not know much about the National Pingtung University. So we will have the video clips introducing the university. And after that, there will be a conference that the president of National Pingtung University will introduce the university and may have greet with you from Taiwan. Please take a look at the video clips and then the video conference.
In August of 2014, a new and unique comprehensive university was founded in Pingtung City in southern Taiwan through the mergence of the former National Pingtung University of Education and National Pingtung Institute of Commerce. National Pingtung University. Glorious tradition, bright vision. National Pingtung University of Education was founded in the period of Japanese colonial rule. Since then, it has been the foremost institute for teacher education and has helped build a solid foundation in education in Taiwan. National Pingtung Institute of Commerce, the only institute in southern Taiwan specializing in commerce, was founded in 1991 and has nurtured numerous business professionals. On its century-long foundation of the previous two institutes, National Pingtung University inherits extraordinary knowledge systems and pedagogy momentum of vocational, higher, and teacher education in the Kaohsiung and Pingtung regions, and it is one of the universities in Taiwan which offers programs for both senior high school and vocational students. Despite its short history, NPTU performs excellently in many professional fields, is keen to integrate resources, and is advancing toward becoming a prestigious university.
National Pingtung University, with mission of achieving innovation and advancing to excellences, identifies itself as a university emphasizing on teaching and research, and encourages cooperation with industry and foreign universities. It looks forward to becoming an outstanding university based on the previous foundations built up by the two original universities.
Beautiful environment, well-equipped facilities. National Pingtung University consists of 4 campuses with approximately 9,000 enrolled students and 330 distinguished faculty members, 90% of whom hold a doctoral degree. The Minsheng, Linsen, and Pingshan campuses are close to each other and are located in Pingtung City, which provides convenient and friendly campus life. The Minsheng campus, which is next to the newly built Performing Arts Center, provides Pingtung City with much potential to become a university town. The city and university will mutually benefit each other, as both bring development and prosperity to this region in the future. Plans are being made to develop a campus in Checheng Township, which will provide greater research opportunities in ecology and leisure industries, among other areas. Green and colorful park-like campuses provide a great escape from busy, stressful life, while providing a relaxing atmosphere for students to study and do research. Campus Wi-Fi covers most of the study areas on all campuses. Additionally, a user-friendly ILMS digital learning platform and an MPTU TV station give students opportunities to present their work conveniently. Our recently upgraded gym, track fields, and exercise facilities can be used for educational, recreational, and other activities, contributing to a balanced and healthy campus life at MPTU. Excellence in research and teaching. As society shifts toward a more information-based economy, our goal is to help students meet future challenges by providing them with a holistic education that combines theory and practice. We work with universities, government, primary and secondary schools, as well as local industries to produce well-rounded graduates who hold a competitive edge in the workforce.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? No.
Yes, sir,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Yes. Good morning, ladies and
Morning.
gentlemen. Hello?
Good morning, sir. Can you hear us?
Okay, can I talk?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. Especially I would like to say in Thai, Sawadika. I have to take this opportunity to thank all of the participants, especially I would like to appreciate the president of Nakhon Tamala, Professor Dr. Tanakas, and also my brother, Dr. Somchai from Chinlai Rajabhat University, because he represented me to receive the flag as the host for the ICRU conference next year. And at this moment, because of the Wuhan pneumonia outbreaks in the whole world, so I had to stay at the university to take control of everything to prevent the coronavirus to come into Taiwan. So I have to apologize for my absence for this very important international conference. However, my heart is with you all. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of National Pindong University, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to come to Taiwan for the international conference on Rajabhat University Network. And next year will be a better one because next year won't be free of the Wuhan pneumonia, and everyone will feel even more happy and even more safer to come into Taiwan. And my colleagues and me are all cordially welcome, all of you to come. So once again, I hoped the participants now in the auditorium would all come to my university, which is National Pindong University, as you just saw from the clips. And we will provide our best hospitality and friendship and even our treat to all of you. So I look forward to seeing all of you next year in National Pindong University in Taiwan. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We can see that not only the knowledge that can go beyond the boundary, our connection can also go beyond the boundary via this digital technology as well.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Mike Gu, the President
Thank you.
of National Pingtung University. Thank you very much.
I'm here with you all.
Okay. And the next session will be the speech from our first keynote speaker. Let me introduce him a little bit for all of you. Prior to join the Chai Patana Foundation in January 2018, Mr. Suwat was the Deputy Permanent Secretary for the Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand from January 2015 until March 2017. He developed and supervised the ministry's strategic communication and crisis management, which ranges from humanitarian and all disaster relief to international security matters. Please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Suwat Jirapan, the Deputy Secretary General of the Office of Chai Patana Foundation.
Hello, good morning. Everybody hear me? Wow. Good morning once again. Assistant Professor Dr. Kanat Thatong, President of Nakhon Si Thammarat Ratchapat University. Assistant Professors Dr. Sonchai Mung Thai Song, President of Chiang Rai Ratchapat University, and Professor Dr. Mike Gu. I hope you're still around here with us through the online. Vice Presidents of Cotabato Foundation, Dr. Onofre Corpus, representative of other 8 Ratchapat University, and the co-hosts, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I have been assigned for 1 hour, but I make the compromise. It would be probably 40 to 45 minutes, and that would be sufficiency for what we are talking about, the King Sufficiency Economy Philosophy. I'm so honored to join you today as the representative of the Chai Patana Foundation, the foundation that His Majesty the late King Bhumibol Adulyadej established over 30 years ago. The foundation that by its name is Victory Through Development. And its mandate has been unwavering for the benefit and happiness of the Thai people, with its working spirit and methodology lies on the people-centered development. I am personally happy to be here in Nakhon Si Thammarat province, the province that gave birth to my mentor, Dr. Surin Pitsuwan, whom I been working with him during his ministerial posting. I even more honored to be among these ICRU gathering once again on World Sustainable Development under the theme Sustainable Community Development. I believe it is very timely, urgent, and very important conference. While we I press over here, right? And does it work? Okay, Cup. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I believe it's a very important and very timely conference because while we are sitting here in this hall, the world are facing with over 800 million hunger and 1 billion living with open defecation. 40% of world population facing drinking water scarcities, and over 350 million experiences fatal natural disease, natural disaster from deforestation, global warming, severe climate change, and so on. And if we do not curb the world from rising temperature within 1.5 degrees Celsius, 30 million will lose their home from rising sea level. We all know that the Earth planet is running into the depletion of natural resources as human beings has grown exponentially, outpacing it. And the development path has been killing ourselves, and the catastrophe will be exacerbated beyond its irreversible points. We need to join hands to deliver our future in living of free from pollution, the living of all human beings to enjoy their proper livelihood, free from hunger, no poverty, access to good health care and clean water, and to attain equitable quality education. Just to name a few, they are part of 17 SDG Sustainable Development Goals that the leader of over 190 countries committed during the UN summit in 2015 as the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future to address the global challenges we face. Regrettably, the situation is so alarming over the past year. The Climate Summit and SDG Reviewing Report by UN Secretary General last year in September revealed that while progress in several SDG have making progress, but we are at the pace that we will not achieve the 2030 goals. In spite of the young activists shown up in several fora, perhaps you learned about Greta Thunberg and also Malala's Yousafzai from Pakistan, on behalf of the future generation, to ask for responsibility of our generation, the response and commitment by the key world leader fell short of expectation. The world future may have to depend on the younger generation, the people movement, not the politicians of short sight, not the leaders who calculating only the popular vote, but a statesman. On the brighter side, we have witnesses more private-public partnership to be our silver lining to the deteriorating course the world is heading to. Financing of sustainable development goals, action, and accelerating plan are needed to so deeply if we have to pass on this world to our children and our grandchildren in proper habitation. Given the international alarming scenario, as I just mentioned, please allow me to chart out what I will share with you this morning. I will humbly present with honor the great thought and mindset to contribute for sustainability. First, of course, as I mentioned already, is unsustainable world that we are facing now. And then I will share with you why Thailand so commit with the sustainability. And without the driving force and the great mind of our His Majesty the late King, we have come up with the philosophy of sufficiency economy. And the idea itself, how it works with the sufficiency economy philosophy, and how it's contributed to the sustainability. And I have a quick look with what sufficiency economy philosophy has contributed to Thailand in the course of implementing sustainable development goals of all 17 goals. And before I end, I would like to share with you how the world had been perceiving the contribution, the great work of our His Majesty the late King Phúpen Adunjidej. And the last ones, I would like to humbly share with you what I would like to foresee that such an international conference, Rajabhat University, could do together. Because you are the university that mainly touch with the people in the community. That is a very great thought, as I mentioned earlier, that we maybe could not totally rely on the world leader to bring our home, to bring our world to the very sustainability. Yeah, Thailand so committed to sustainability because we had a very bad experience and very severe experience in what we had to work on, because we are luckily destined that we had His Majesty the late King Bhumibol that had bring us out from that bad situation that we are facing. Through the many crises His Majesty had to face and the kingdom had to face, His Majesty has always there for his people, giving them soul, resilience, and most important, direction. Among all guidance throughout his 70 years in reign, the main focus never deviated from his inaugural speech during the coronation ceremony in 1950, which His Majesty said, "We shall reign with righteousness for the benefits and happiness of the Siamese people." It is through this proclamation that reveal His Majesty's vision of development, the vision of people-centered development. His Majesty reached out with the aim of having no one left behind through more than 4,000 royal development projects. His Majesty empower the poorest and the most vulnerable, improve the livelihood, and provide opportunity for the people to prosper and promote a peaceful society that is mindful of environments. His Majesty guided the way for transforming the kingdom from what was commonly called an underdeveloped country into the upper middle income country that it is now. Over 4,000 royal development projects deal with diverse fields and have various purposes. Most of these projects mainly aim to help the people make better living. Since the majority of Thai people still depend on agriculture for their living, the projects usually involve the improvement of production inputs, seed, soil, water, farmland, capital, and agricultural knowledge, the conservation of natural resources and the environment. The perception of sufficiency economy philosophy has been gradually developed throughout this year of His Majesty's dedication and endless effort. Regardless of its scope in all the projects that you may have been experienced with, the character of each project are simplicity, true knowledge, people-centered, worthwhile, and practical to promote, and of course, unity and cooperation. Simplicity in both concept and knowledge. True knowledge, in the sense that you should have known all the law in solving problem and to resolve abnormal condition through wisdom and intellect, or in Thai in Sati Panya. Well, one characteristic is all the project is to be worthwhile. Take into account not the rate of return of investment, but the worthwhile in both the funding, the process, and the operation, and in comparison to the end use of the purpose of such activity. After in-depth study and thorough deliberation, His Majesty made known to share his concept and theory in a short, catchy title. Perhaps you may have heard that cheeky monkey cheek, which is the area that holding the water and to prevent it from the flooding and also to gradually draining out. Or even the case of let evil beat evil. That is how using the water hyacinth to help solving the problem of water contamination. On and on. This is what main characteristics of all the His Majesty development projects. Simplicity, because his idea is to share this thought, share this knowledge to the Thai people in our walk of life. And what had made His Majesty evolve the philosophy, which is well known that on sufficiency economy philosophy that I would like to share, because back in 1974, when the first royal speech on sufficiency economy was delivered, let me roll you back to the past, that during that time, the country economic and social circumstance much different than what we are now. The Indochina region was rocked by the ongoing war in Vietnam. Perhaps you know the Cold War between capitalism and communism. And during the 1960s till early 1990, the government always focused on economic growth by laying down infrastructure, investing in the industrial sectors, expanding farmlands for cash crops. These efforts were to extend successfully by number. There were indeed issues that were not addressed by these efforts. Income gap widened, and social problems were accumulating, and natural resources were depleting. Land use for cash crop became infertile, just to name a few. His late Majesty observed that the development method, which emphasized only the economic expansion, may have left unintended consequence for Thailand. To His Majesty's view, when the foundation of the people is stable, economic progress could achieve growth with unintended repercussion. However, actually during early 1990s, the force of globalization and openness without proper immunity and the illusion of economic success with high growth, instead were pulling the country into the hardest crash in history. The country economic growth during the early 1990s, it hit the historic high of 10 to 11%. Many spectators herald Thailand as the next tiger, newly industrialized countries. A heavy inflow of capital, foreign capital, flood in. Domestic land price began to rise quickly due to speculation. These phenomenon benefit only a small group of people. Land plots were taken away and farmers lost their means of making a sustainable living. The bursting of the real estate bubble was further complicated by the 1997 financial crisis. Perhaps a lot of audience now maybe realize how we face a very hard life during the 1997s. all the country collapsed. Luckily, that at that time, one thing that besides the thought and the mind that has been delivered and always advised by His Majesty the King, we, as agricultural society, the social safety net that have helped us to, comparing to several countries with the financial crisis during that time, we are at least no one is in hunger. His Majesty also mentioned that because we lose sight of our roots, the root to be buffalo, which is agriculture, because Thailand economy is based on agriculture, and we are looking to be the tiger, and that has caused the problem to the Thai people so severely. In the face of the financial crisis in 1997, His Majesty once again remind the people of the sufficiency economy principle is to be a sustainable way towards balanced growth. His Majesty enlightened government officials since that on that the country should not be too focused on just export. We also have to balance our growth. Don't do what is beyond your name, beyond your means, beyond your ability. And since then, focus of Thailand development has changed. The practice of sufficiency economy has been applied in various sectors, ranging from education reform, agricultural and community development using the application of integrated farming system, and according to the new theory of agriculture. And for the industrial and the commercials, there are so many big companies I would like to name at this moment, for like SCG, who had been bottomed out from that financial crisis within less than 2 years, from heavily in depth from what they had been working on that time, more than almost 17 fields which they are not keen of. This is what they realized, and also for the development plan, the National Economic and Social Development Plan, 5-year plan, had also built in this mindset of sufficiency economy to mindful on risk averse and self-immunity. The philosophies has led our country on a path to all-inclusive sustainable development. This had also helped Thailand achieve nearly all the Millennium Development Goals set it out by United Nations, and also is the guiding path for our work toward the 2030 agenda. The case of Hamburger Financial in 2008 was the case in point that have helped Thailand not to be so severely hit again by that Hamburger financial crisis in 2008. Now, even though His Majesty may pass away in 2019, his successor, His Majesty King Rama X, King Vajiralongkorn พระวชิรเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัว has proclaimed in his first royal command during the coronation last year on the 4th of May 2019 that the legacy, the philosophy and work of His Majesty the late King will be continued, preserved and built upon, and His Majesty himself will reign with righteousness for the benefit and happiness of the people forever. Since accession to the throne, His Majesty King Vajiralongkorn เจ้าอยู่หัว has proceeded his reign accordingly, and I believe Rajapat University Network as a local university could lead the flagship of sufficiency, and that would be because you are very close to the community in several parts of the country. What is exactly the sufficiency economy philosophy? A lot of people talking about the sufficiency economy, maybe sometimes mixed up with the subsistence economy, which is not. When the philosophy was introduced, was delivered by His Majesty in early 1974. There was critics a lot that His Majesty will teaching or taught the Thai people to be poor, not to proceed with the economic growth, which is not true. The sufficiency economy mainly is a philosophy that shows the guideline for the populace how to lead their life. It teaches people to rely on themselves and instills a sense of balance between production and consumption. Moderation on the top, meaning sufficiency at a level of not doing something too little or too much at the expense of oneself or other. But the self-assessment on this moderation, is it what is not measured by our wants, our desire, but measured by the moderation based on our capacity. So act within your mean, act within your capability. Don't do beyond what you can do, what you can afford. On the reasonableness, meaning the decision concerning the level of sufficiency must be made rationally, with the consideration of the factor involved and careful anticipation of the outcome that may be expected from such action. And the resilience, immunity, this is of course that you, while you make any decision, you have to be aware and anticipate the internal and external factor beyond your control and how you can cope with it if it does not or if it don't come as your plan. This is to make the immunity that you can. It's like in the case of that this ICRU, when you plan to host this ICRU, you never thought that you will face out with the coronavirus. And the case that president of the Pingtung University, in spite of his restriction to travel, so look at the means, look at the aim of what you want to do, so you can apply ceremony and make flexibility. This is part of the thinking of the philosophy according to sufficiency economy. And also, even though you have already the three conditions of the moderation, reasonableness, and resilience, of course, you need to have the knowledge and also the virtue. You cannot act without any exactly know what you are doing on. As I just mentioned, in the case of SCG, the Siam Cement Groups, before 1997, they embarked because they have, at that time, very cheap capital inflow came to Thailand. Every greedy, they're looking for the expanding, and they turn out to make the investment in what the SCG have no knowledge. And to apply all this is also need that the outcome of such a development has to be making balance between the four dimensions, which is on the bottom, economic, social, environment, and the philosophy of His Majesty even taking care much more than the sufficient sustainable development goal under the UN, because we're also taking care of the culture. When I make the lecture to some international conference or many international gatherings, some say the why culture? Well, because in Thailand, you may see that even though we all are Thai, but if you look into the deep root of each provinces, each community, we are different. But this difference, we are working together. And that's why when you do such a thing, also you have to take care about the cultural difference. In His Majesty view, he also mentioned about what we call in Thai the Phumi Sangkom or geographical social society. And this is one thing that I, as my background as a diplomatic service all my life, this would help, according to His Majesty's speech. His Majesty thought that if each nation, keep in confine within your own desires, and the world would be in the better place. And as I mentioned that how sufficiency economy philosophy had been a lot recognized by the international community, because sufficiency economy philosophy promotes sustainability mindset and provides guidelines for inclusive, balances, and sustainable development. When the planet is under threat from conspicuous consumption and greed-driven development, moderation is sufficiency economy philosophy overriding principle. When globalization brings with its economic uncertainty and risks, SEP advocate prudence and built-in self-immunity to cope with external shocks. And when things get tough, SEP advice is simple: preserve and strive on. Perhaps SEP's greatest strength is its applicability to different facets of life, not one size fits all development model, nor ready-made model. Since SEP focuses on human development through a people-centered approach, therefore it is very much in line with 2030 Sustainable Development Goal, with a commitment to leave no one behind. Both SEP and SDG advocate taking a multi-stakeholder approach that involves all relevant actors, including community and people directly impacted by decision making, as well as balancing progress on 4 dimensions. When looking to the aim of development, the very important condition for the sustainable is to making the balancing of these the 4 dimensions. Of course, the SDG may be only 3. As for example, on sufficiency economy philosophy for the SDG, take a look on the agricultural sector, how the SEP can contribute to the sustainability. SEP encourages a holistic farm management system that aim to minimize farmers' vulnerability and promote sustainability, food security, water preservation, and biodiversity. This aligns well with the goal number 1, which is no poverty and zero hunger. On consumption and production, which is goal number 17, reasonable consumption and production. When you focus on governance, when you focus on reasonable consumption and production, that also will help you control the waste. That also will helping not to, as mentioned earlier, the moderation is not to do things too much or too little, but at the appropriate, but at the level that within your mean. So besides that, we're making the growth perhaps a lot of people now talking about the circular economy. That would be one thing that is the sufficiency economy philosophy could helping on. And also we can help saving the world, the environment, because if you have produced and you don't have much waste, there are several villages in the world that can be as for the sample that you may be taking into account, how to starting from the community, starting from the group of people with the same mind, with the same purpose, and then you can gradually develop into, to control the waste or even try to make the zero waste. In the case of Thailand, Thailand is very, very active in promoting the sustainable development goals. And I just mentioned already that the driving force of Thailand toward the SDG is His Majesty Sufficiency Economy philosophy. We achieved over the last year from at the bottom here, we are the number 40, 19 rank, better from the year before, because the governments believe in and using the sufficiency economy philosophy to guide in all the projects that relating to sustainability. And also because we believe that the SEP itself teach us that development must be homegrown and rooted within each citizen in order to be sustainable. So therefore we embark on campaigning sufficiency mindset through school, official academy and training. You may see that in several course for the high levels or even the mid-level officials, there are always the course that relating to sufficiency economy philosophy. Besides our present constitution also talking about the path of development that we base on the mindset of sufficiency economy philosophy. Not to mention that since the financial crisis in 1997, from there on, all the National Economic and Social Development 5-year plan also had the built-in of the sufficiency economy philosophy. We will not be eluded by ourselves to be the tiger once again. And we try to work on balancing it that. With all this, the achievement is just not, as I mentioned, that we are moving up ranking from the last year to be the number 40 this year in 2019. But with all the 17 SDG goals, we achieve or been on track, which is on, you can see on the green arrow. We have achieved on the no poverty, clean water, and also decent work. This is what is on track according to the framework of sufficiency, the economy, and also sufficiency, the sustainable development goals. And we still have a lot to working on, even though we have making a lot of improving on like good health and well-being, gender equality, clean energy, industry innovation, and also the sustainable cities. What that we need to very great challenge, I think is on the climate action, life below water, as well as life on land. Looking to the progress that I summing up on over the past year, our maternal mortality rate had bringing up from previously to be only 20 days per 100,000 live birth, and mortality rate of children under 5 have become 5.3, and for the people access to universal health care, even though we achieved 99.9%, thanks to our public health system, we are still keeping improving on that. And as for the education, primary level, we achieve over 100%. And with regarding leaving no one behind, you can see that the women labor force participation has increased from previously 60% to 78%. And national competitiveness. A lot of people, when talking about the sustainable development goals, the much investment that you may have to put it on for environment preservation, it may make your economy drop, which is not true, but I think it's in reverse. It has make it even like our national competitiveness is better placed from 30 ranking the year before to be the number 25th. And lately, the Moody credibility even upgrade Thailand to be the positive outlook from the previously at just stable outlook. And I think it's the first time in over 20 years that Thailand become plus BB, triple B plus. This is also showing that how the progress can be made even you working on the sustainability. And of course, GDP growth this year might be slowed down. I think it happened everywhere in the world. This is the great challenge that we have, how we have to adjust. You can see that at the beginning of the year, no one expect that we will have the problem of the the coronavirus. 10 million Chinese wash away. Each year we have 10 million Chinese come to Thailand. And as on my trip from Bangkok to here, I can observe that even the last a week before in Chai Patana Foundation, we try to stimulate the local consumption in Amphawa. We know that with this situation, we could not expect much from the foreign tourists. We have to help ourselves. So we arranging we host the event to stimulate the consumption from the Thai people ourselves nearby Amphawa in Songkhram. That how we can work together with. This is the challenge that we have to face. When the crisis happen, is always bring up one thing that I would like to mention that I may recall. Yesterday on the way from airport to town, I have talked with the professors a lot about how the situation on the student dropped down because of the growth. I would like to share that when I was ambassador to Qatar and also the Chargé Affair of Thailand in Saudi Arabia, during that time, there's a lot of, after 9/11, the World Trade Center. Before that, most of the Middle East people, they go in the summertime, with the temperature higher than 45 degrees Celsius. They go to United States. But after the crisis, after the 9/11, they could not go. They come to this part of the world, and it turned out that the hospital in Thailand, and also at the hospital in Thailand, actually in the private sector, they got the problem from 1997's crisis. And, before most of the private hospitals used to offer for service for the Thai people, now they have to change. And then it turned out that they promote the hospital within the people in Middle East. So more and more they come, and that had come up now. You can see that a lot of what we call medical tourism. And Thailand #1 on that as well. And I think our neighbors very much in competing with Thailand to that. But as I wars in Middle East, one thing that is still very distinct of the Thai competitive or advantage is our hospitality. Of course, you may have the good doctor capability, you may have the pricing. This is very much different from you go to the hospital in the Western countries. But the hospitality is one thing that I think they're very unique of Thai peoples. This is what I just to mention that whenever the crisis has, you may, change that into the very good opportunity for your living. We also recognize that to enhancing environment sustainability is very key to the sustainable development. Prior to launch the National Determined Contribution (NDCs) on the roadmap on mitigation, we reduced use of 435 million plastic bags, and over last year, we can curb the carbon dioxide emission to 45.2 million tons, and even that, to much better than the framework, because under the SDG, they put is the range between 7 to 20%, but over last year we have made it 12%, so it's on track and toward to the, and also we're making the rehabilitated more, 24 hectares of coral reef and 880 hectares of mangrove forests. And in the nationwide, that is what the Thai people, starting since on the 1st of January this year, when you go into the grocery, the established department store, you have to pay if you ask for plastic bags. And that is at the beginning. That's the beginning of our national campaign. And by 2022, we will even more restricted on the use of the plastic bags. And we hope that by 2027, the use, we can have the 100% use of recycled plastic bags, and even that can be working on as turn into the energy. What we see at this part of the sustainability and the work toward the sustainable development goal, we also undertaken to share our knowledge, to share His Majesty knowledge on sustainability, sufficiency economy to our friends, as Thailand is the coordinator of ASEAN on sustainability since 2016, and also during the 2016, we as a chair of the Group 77, comprising of 130 countries, including China, we have hosted a series of discussions regarding sufficiency economy philosophy and how to implement it. And by those series of the meeting, the whole year of 2016, it turned out and it come out that we conclude that the sufficiency economy philosophies of His Majesty would be a development model that the Group of 77 can be used, and that's on. We have working out with not only the Group 77, but also regional in ASEAN, and also in bilaterals, and also even in the far away from Africa, from Latin America. We have what we call it SEP for SDG partnership, which is the partnership that if they are interested to learn all the rural development projects in Thailand, our foreign ministry through the technical Thailand International Cooperation Agency, we provide, if they're interested to learn to visit and also to practice how we making development project on the basis of sustainability. We, as I mentioned, over last year, we have worked on, with the ASEAN, we even established the working out on the complementary roadmap for SDG. Because perhaps you know that for ASEAN, since 2015, we claim ourselves the integration of the ASEAN 10 countries. And by that vision for the integration is also, of course, there must be something that conflict or maybe contributing or the complementary each other with the 2030 agenda. That's why we have to working out to bring the best of both under the 2030 agenda and also working to bring out the best of 2025. That's ASEAN had shift the integration to be more and more by 2025. And we also, together with ASEAN, the country, we understand that marine debris, perhaps you know that there's a report that in Pacific found out that we found out the plastic bags, the size even bigger than Bangkok, and also because the fish also eat plastic bag, and we have learned regrettably a lot of cases. It say that the sea animal like whales and the turtle suffering from these eating indigestible waste are only the annual 100,000 dead of those marine living that affecting from the plastic bag. And that's why the ASEAN so determinedly to work on ASEAN of action to combat marine debris. We also ask, the action, the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Study and Dialogue is announced by the ASEAN leader, I think in November, when we have the meeting in Bangkok. The center will be established in Mahidol University, Salaya, to the west from Bangkok, to the west side from Bangkok, and also within the framework of education. Perhaps you may ever heard about CMO, Southeast Asia Ministry of Education organization, also establishing the CMO Regional Center on Sufficiency Economy for Sustainability. This also will be hosted by Thailand. So this is what I would like to share with you, how the sufficiency economy philosophy work in contributing to the sustainable development goal in Thailand. We have made as I said, that we committed so much, and in last September, our Prime Minister asked the ASEAN Chair and also asked the ASEAN Coordinator on Sustainability that deliver that within ASEAN we have working hand in hand toward this sustainability. I would like to share with you also on how the world had recognized His Majesty's great work and mine, and also his philosophy. First and foremost, the pioneer work that had gained international recognitions is when His Majesty suggested the crop substitution to eradicate illicit drug production in the north, and by the globally recognized and also we have even introduced when perhaps you learn that when the Taliban force in Afghanistan, of course perhaps you learn that also Afghanistan is one of the very widespread growing of poppy. And that's one thing that Thailand contribute after the fighting with the terrorist group in Afghanistan. We offer the project of crop substitution. This had been also recognized by the UN Office on Drug and Crimes as alternative developments. And later on also the UN also recognized His Majesty's role as the development king. The former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan presented to His Majesty the Human Development Lifetime Achievement Award in 2016 in recognition of lifetime His Majesty working on to promoting development, to helping the people from the grassroots, and also later in 2009 perhaps you may see the aerator that helping to, let me see whether I have the picture of aerator. Oh, sorry, unfortunately. It is, oh, okay. It's the innovation that get the patent by the WIPO to His Majesty of that innovation to helping, by the mechanism of rotating the aerator into and filling in the oxygen into the water and the pollutants, so that helping to diluting the pollution. If you go in several places, for example, in Brussels, in the main park of Brussels, in Belgium, also have this aerator, which has been recognized by the WIPO as well. Yeah, even on the World Soil Day, because the recognition of His Majesty's work on soil, the United Nations had designated that his birthday, the 5th of December, to be the World Soil Day. And this is what I would like to share with you. And the latest, over just last November, when we have the chance to welcome IMF Managing Director, Madame Christy Salinas Georgieva. She had visited the office of the Chai Patana Foundation and learned about the sufficient economy philosophy. She also has expressed herself that because by her background, she just been appointed as IMF Managing Director in October 2019. Before that, she was with the World Bank, mainly on the community developments. She shared with us and also expressed her interest that she will share the concept of sufficiency economy philosophy to the international community development. And this is what the latest recognition to His Majesty the late King work and philosophy. Well, as I mentioned earlier, that for the ICRU, this is the second time that you have working on sustainable development, the theme of WSD for this year 2020, and it should be carried on. I would like to suggest humbly that in all the projects that we will present, or even the going next time, maybe taking into account the sufficiency economy philosophy mindset. And this would help, and also all the discussion, the deliberation that you may have had. Please also share it with your community. Because as I mentioned at the beginning, we cannot waiting for the politician. They're looking just for tomorrow, but not the year before, the year ahead. But they're just looking for only the short sight, the quick look. So we have to help ourselves, and the Rajapat University Network, together with the colleagues from international, Pingtung and Cotabato, also will working on for suggestion to make the solution in helping with the community that you are locating. I see that we cannot wait another year, another millennium to save this planet Earth. The world we live needs our action. And this is what, after my briefing with the IMF Managing Director, she asked what I recommend. Just do it. So I hope that the ICRU network on the sufficiencies, sustainable developments, community developments this year will have a very fruitful and very good deliberation. And of course, as I mentioned, that enjoyable what you're doing, and also share it to the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there any question about the speech from our keynote speaker? You can we have 1 or 2 minutes for the question. Yeah.
First of all, I'd just like to thank the Deputy Secretary, Deputy Generals of Chai Patana Foundation a lot for immunizing about the philosophy, economy, for especially the Thai people to be aware of its importance. Anyway, what you presented is cover all parameters, not just only the ways in which people have to do for their daily life, but also for the lifelong learning process as well. Thank you very much. But I just have only one comment a little bit for, in general, for the one parameter that you presented about their leadership of the people. That is very problematic for, don't know how to say, for the leaders, not just only in Thailand, but also around the world. Do you have any good suggestion for this sort of problem? Please.
Well, I think that the problem of unsustainable world, it could not rely on just only the leader. And I think that we all need to help because, well, something like this they think of is just fiction, scientific fiction. But, you know, I myself never thought of, in the past, especially the past 2-3 years, you will realize how we're getting warm and warm, and it is hot and hot in our environment. Even the coronavirus erupt in Thailand. I think now it become annual event. We will experience the problem of the quality, air quality. We are having with the problem to solve the PM 2.5. Last year, after ICRU in Chiang Mai, a month later, I also joined with the National Resource Development Ministry. They're talking about the waste, talking about the pollution. I'm quite surprised that what you're doing with this problem of air pollution. That was last year. And this year again, and I'm sure that next year we will see again. So, for me, and I think you cannot rely on authority alone. You will come up with so many procedures. And this is why I would like to share with you something a lot of people may not aware of. that the foundation, the Chai Patana Foundation, is not the government office, it's not the official, it's an NGO. It was initiated by His Majesty the late King Bhumibol Adulyadej on the way of working, because we know that the bureaucratic system, I may not want to blame myself because I live my life with all the bureaucratic system. I know well that what you do today is something that you have to prepare last year. And what you're going to do next year, you have to prepare now. But this is what we have to do as Professor Sonchai, President of the Chiang Rai Ratchapat University, mentioned that we need to our help, cannot much rely on the leader much. Of course, they have to do by their duty, by their mandate. But the problem of pollution, the problem of sustainability is much bigger than that. Everybody have to help.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suwat Jirapan. I believe that everyone in the hall think the same way as me, that your speech is very heart-touching. You are not only tell us about the sufficiency economy only, but you bring us back to the background of it, and you show us all with very empirical evidence that His Majesty the late King Bhumibol Adulyadej has a very outstanding vision for sustainability. And as you said, it is not an option anymore. It is a must for everyone. And we have to pass it to the younger generation. To show our appreciation, let me invite our President, Assistant Professor Dr. Kanatha Thong, to give you a token of appreciation. This is the product from our local community as well. This is from the research of our researcher from NSTRU.
Thank you once again, Mr. Suwat Hirapan, the Deputy Secretary General of the Chai Patanab Foundation. Your presentation is really informative and it's really knowledgeable, and it would help collectively and individually to at least give a contribution on how to implement the sufficiency economy philosophy for every one of us. Thank you very much. For the following keynote speaker, it will be broadcasted live from the National Pingtung University and will be delivered by Professor Dr. Mike Gu, the President of National Pingtung University, Taiwan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing university, especially the president of Nakhon Si Thammarat Ratchapat University, Professor Dr. Kanatha, and all the organizing committees. I think this is a very special event for me to present these topics, which is on the pathway. How does my university engage itself on USR and SDGs? And before I talk, I think I would like to invite all the participants to pay your respect and salute to all the medical, nursing, and quarantine teams who bravely fight against Wuhan pneumonia outbreaks in the whole world. And there's also the excuse that this time I couldn't show up myself to talk in the auditorium, but instead, my teams, they pre-record these clips for me, and I hope that these clips will also do the job. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And before I talk to the university or myself, and I think the most important is that I would like to recall some of the history between Taiwan and Thailand. I think this is a very interesting history that probably you all participants that you will be interested to knowing. In the 1963, the late King Ramanai, His Majesty the Bhumibol, paid a state visit to Taiwan. And I think this is the very historical moment, and he and the Queen were officially received by the then Taiwan President Chiang Kai-shek. I think most of you know CKS, but I think he is also a very important in the historical monument in Taiwan. And after a 3-day visit of the kings and the queen to many places, and an MOU for bilateral and collaborations on agriculture and rural development was signed. I think this is also a milestone. And this MOU became effective to cooperate in increasing incomes of the villagers in the mountains, and even to eliminating opium growing in the northern mountain areas of Thailand. I think this is the historical document that actually really mark the history of the cooperation in between Taiwan and Thailand. And 6 years after the visit of the king, the Royal Foundation is founded. The Royal Foundation is a Thai non-profit organization based in the northern Thailand, majority in Chiang Mai. It was founded by His Majesty King Bhumibol as an umbrella organization for his charitable initiatives and research. Up to now, I would say, totally about 5,000 projects have been complete and result in significant accomplishment in the remote and disadvantaged areas in Thailand. I would also like to talk something about this foundation. Actually, as I mentioned, this project began in 1969, after 60 years, when His Majesty King Ramalai visited to Taiwan. But the major reason is that when the king visited to an opium-growing hill tribe village in Doi Pu, he think that this is the moment that Thailand and the government have to do something. So he founded this foundation and financially sponsor many projects. And in the meantime, His Serene Highness Prince Pisadej is also named the chairman for the foundation up to now. Ladies and gentlemen, His Serene Highness Prince Pisadej now is almost 100 years old, and he is still working on this foundation. So I think we have to also pay our highest respect to him. And so after the foundation began in 1972, the United Nations realized that the importance of alternative agriculture to replace opium growing. So one United Nations Thai program for drug abuse control was begun. I think this is the first time that the international support coming to Thailand for these royal projects. And the Royal Project Foundation is considered one of the first and the most successful projects for opium production elimination. I think you all agree with this observation. So in 1988, this foundation was awarded the Ramon Magsaysay Award for International Understanding and Recognition. I think this is the most great success in the opium production elimination. And I personally, I believe that this foundation should be given the Nobel Peace Prize. I would like to summarize the goals of the Royal Project Foundation. The first is to help their tribes achieve a better life. And the second is to prevent the destruction of natural resources. And the third, to stop opium growing. And the fourth, to care for making best use of the soil in each area. And the last but not the least, to increase the amount of alternative agriculture for the benefits of Thailand's economies. So I personally, when I read about the ultimate goals of the Royal Project Foundation, I think it's quite in line with the modern United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And the other important things that I would like to mention is that during the foundation, Taiwan's participation in the Thai Royal Project has to be described and even shouldn't be forgotten. I would say that after the state visit to Taiwan by His Majesty Kim Bhumibol, Agricultural Technical Mission dispatched by Taiwan's Veterans Affairs Council started cooperations with the Royal Projects Foundation in early 1970s. I would say, actually, this technical mission coming to Thailand before United Nations and even before US. And among the technical peoples, one of the most important person I would like to mention is C.Y. Song. But a lot of Thai people call him Papa Song because he was highly respected by the local people due to his great contribution. And Papa Song is the most famous and most respected expert. He is a lifelong friend to His Serene Highness Prince Besadage for the Royal Project Foundation. I think he spent all his life since early 1970s till he passed away on December 8, 2016. Actually, I would like to say he totally spent all his life in the northern Thailand and to help to conduct all of the Royal Project Foundation. So that's the reason after his passed away, to commemorate his great contribution to the Royal Project, the torch fire for cremations is ignite from the royal family at Bangkok. I think this is probably the first time that the torch fire ignite from the royal family transfer from Bangkok to Chiang Mai. I think this is regarded as the highest recognition and honor to the foreigner. This is very important history, so I would like to share. And Papa Song, actually, at the first, he worked with TVAC, Taiwan's Veterans Affairs Council, where located in a very high mountains area in central Taiwan, and also the place that the His Majesty King Bhumibol visited too. I think that really provided some inspiration and even some paradigms for the kings to set up the foundation for the village peoples. So, Papa Song, at the time, is the chief at this very high mountain farm, and is also very expert, very experienced in agriculture and even pomologies. And I personally, I would regard that the Royal Foundation is a paradigm for the modern United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And during my careers working in National Pindong University of Science and Technologies, I personally have the chance to meet with His Serene Highness, Prince Bethadej. So I invite him to come visit to the university on November 8 to 9 in 2010. And he really came himself and to understand and to know about and even to try to make the agreement with MPUST to establish some cooperation link. I think this is the first time he visited to the university in Pingtung. And during his visit, we dedicated an experimental orchard under his name. So there's a tropical orchard, and in that tropical orchard, actually we collect over 400 different species of the fruit trees from the tropical area. So this is called the tropical orchard. And we dedicate this orchard to him to commemorate and even to pay our respect to his very, very high contribution to the Thai royal projects. And in 2013, it's also our honor and my honor too. I convert an honorary doctorate to His Serene Highness. And at the time, he even came to the university himself. So guess how old is he when he came to the university? In 2013, I believe that he is already over 90s, but he still looks very energetic and also very happy to receive this award. I think this is the paradigm for UN and SDGs. So this I would like to emphasize. And after serving as the president in National Pingtung University in 2014, I got a chance to be named as the president of National Pingtung University. But this university actually is not with science and technology, although we have many studies and research work in the science and technology fields. So a lot of people and even a lot of Thai friends are confused. Actually, now National Pingtung University is abbreviated as NPTU, and it is merged from two original universities. One is called National Pingtung University of Education, which is established in the 1940s. And the other one is National Pingtung Institute of Commerce, which is established in the 1991. So you can calculate if we put the histories of these two universities. Actually, National Pingtung University has already been over 100 years old. So this is a young and old university. And after the mergers, the university became a university of Trinity. And what is the meaning of Trinity, which means that 3 in 1. So my university now is more or less like Rajabhat University. It plays a very important role in the region. So it's a regional university, but inside the university, we have the 3 main streams of mission. The first one is the comprehensive higher education, like most of the general university. And the second one, just like Rajabhat University, we have the mission to cultivate teachers for the local schools. So we still keep these very famous traditions. And even we have accumulated a lot of the alumni who serve as the principals of the schools and even directors or teachers in the region. So I would like to proudly mention that in the southern Taiwan, I think most of the primary school or even the middle high school or even in some university, we have a lot of alumni working there because they got a very good education from the teachers' college. And the last but not the least, in this university, after mergers, we also receive students from vocational high school. And in this stream, you can see that we dedicate ourselves to higher technological and vocational education, which means we train the student to become the technician and even the technologist for the industry. So this is really a university, just like most of the Rajapat University in Thailand. But we do a lot of research work in addition to teachings. So when I took the university president's position, I started to think, for this kind of university, we have to build up the university to meet the needs of national infrastructure development. So I analyzed that for a university, it has a lot of stakeholders. So there's a stakeholder relationship in higher education. I put all these elements as the stakeholder of my university. The first one is the faculty members. And the second is the administrators plus supporting staff. I think they are the main roles in a university. And the third part, and also the most important part, is the students. If you don't have students, then the university cannot survive for itself. So student is also the major part of the stakeholders of the university. But since we are the national university, so we need the financial support from the governments, not only from central government, but also from the local government. So I think this part, they can provide service, teachings, and even research to not only to the students, but also we helped the central or local governments to develop some policy. And in the other side, we also have to know the student parents are also very important stakeholders. And alumni, because the alumni's performance will become a reputation of the university. And this part, because they are all employers of the alumni. And the enterprise and the employees, they have to be evaluate the performance of our alumni. If they say good, then which means that my university is good. And if they say no, then we'll be in trouble. So I think this is also very important stakeholder to the university. And the last is the taxpayers, because as I just mentioned, we are the public university. So the taxpayer, they will pay their money to support the government, and the government pay their money to support the university. So I think for this one, this is a very comprehensive stakeholders relationship analysis. So I also provide this one for your reference. So to accomplish the understanding of how the university to deal with the stakeholder, so I set up these strategies. Actually, this is our development strategy for the university. I call it UGSI. What is UGSI? You can see from here, U means university, and G means governments, including central and local governments, and even S, which means societies plus schools. And the last one, I, means industry and internations. So I divided all the partners of the university into 4 sectors, which means that the university has to use its 4 hands to share with these 4 sectors, especially the first one, to work with the university domestically and even internationally, and to work with the governments, not only for central government, but also for the local governments. So I think nowadays we have already become a very important think tank to the local government, and even sometimes the central government invite our professors to be the committee members to provide their specialty to make the policies. And the last is the university cannot just work inside the campus. They have to go out to work with the industry. So there's academia, industry cooperation, and even international cooperation. I think this is the most important one. And this part is that this university also has to take care of the communities, just like the Thai Royal Project Foundation, because in that foundation, some of the Thai university are working with the foundation. To name a few, as I know, Kasesa University and even Chiang Mai University and Major University are just few of the Thai university working with the Thai Royal Project Foundation. So I think in Taiwan, although we don't have some sort of Royal Project Foundation, but still we have a lot of the project granted by the government. So we have to work for the government. We have to work for the society. We have to work with other universities, and even we have to cooperate with the industry and even the foreign universities. So the university, after this strategy, we have to make a university for USR. And the full meaning of USR is that university social responsibility. So I would like to say, a university is not only for teaching or even for research, but the university has to work based on the outcomes of the teaching and research to work with the industry and even to work with international organization. And even they have to move a step big forward to the society, to the community, which they need the outsources from the university. And that's called university social responsibility. So what I mean is that a university is not only for teaching, research, and academia industry cooperation. In the meantime, the university has to be very, very aware of its social responsibility, which is to help the needed community and organization and even the society. So this is my strategy after I took the office of the president of National Penang University. So after this idea and after this strategy, a center we call Mount Dao Center for Social Engagements and Sustainable Development was set up 2 years ago. And the name Mount Dao is just like that, this one. So we put social engagement and social development into the shape of the mountain. And actually, Mount Dao is the tallest mountains in Pindong areas. And the height is over 3,000. Actually, the exact number is 3,092 meters on the summit. And you probably wonder that why I'm so clear about the exact height of this mountain. Because I will take the student under age of 20 to go up to the mountains to make their pledge to the mountain god. And they have to swear to the mountain god to say, I am now becoming a responsible adult. So this mountain has its symbolic meaning. And so we ask the student if they are strong and brave enough, and if they are willing enough to become a responsible adult, then each year, the local government will assign me to be the leaders and to take the students to climb up to the top to make them to become a responsible adult. And this mountain also serve as a protectors to Pindong because it located in the east part of Taiwan. And so when every time the typhoon landed from the east coastal areas of Taiwan, it will be stopped by the mountain. So for the most of the situation, Pindong will be protected from the typhoon by this mountain. So this mountain, we set it up, we use the name of Mount Dawu to set it up for the Center for Social Engagement and Sustainable Development. But it carries a very important mission. The first one is to implement the university and the corporate social responsibility together. Because for the university, that's called USR, University Social Responsibility. And for the corporate also have their enterprise social responsibility. So we first is to implement of university plus corporate social responsibility. So not only the resources from the university, but also we link the resources from the industry together to implement, to do our social responsibility. And the second, because starting from 2019, the National Development Council of Taiwan decided that 2019 is the first years of regional revitalization. I think this is also a very important national project. So we have to engage our strategic plans for regional revitalization. The ultimate goal is to work through U plus CSR and regional revitalization project to reach to the ultimate goals of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I think this is the second and very important. But for the first and second, most of the projects we do here are only involved the professors. But I think when we talk about university social responsibility, or even when we talk about UCSR, university and corporate social responsibility, and even when we talk about the regional revitalization, not only the faculty members of the university have to be involved, but also the students. So we will involve the students for their awareness of the university's student social responsibility. In short, I call it USSR, but this is very interesting abbreviation because most of people probably know the formal meanings of the USSR, but I'm not talking about that. But the involvement of the student and to let them become the main task force for the future SDGs is also the mission of this Mount Dao Center. So this is what I would like to talk about. And under these centers, we have done something in the period of 2018 and 2019. Some of the projects I would like to mention here for your reference. The first one is that we call the youth rock and roll for social forces. The youth rock and roll for social forces. And this is from the primary investigator who is the professor in our Department of Social Development, Professor Chu. And he organized 18 professors and 34 courses from 7 departments. And even the professors are from 6 different universities. But my university is the major university for this project. And they working with 15 non-government organizations and even special interest groups on 5 remote municipal districts. I think this is a very huge project and involved a lot of students, involved a lot of the faculty members, and even it involved different universities to do the cross-university cooperation. So this is they set up an innovative academic program for social enterprise and the public interest. So the students who want to join in this project, they have to take the courses from this program. So totally 34 courses. But students may only just took 10 out of the 34 courses, then will become qualified to join in the youth rock and roll for social forces. So this is a platform for practicum for the Southern Taiwan social enterprise. I think this is very important. And we got very high reputation during the periods that they are working on the different municipal district. And this one is also approved the futures grant from 2022 to 2022 for the another 3 years period. And the second, I would like to introduce to you that we have another university social responsibility project that we call to make a disadvantaged life different. So from the name, probably you can understand what we are going to do, because in my university, we have the Department of Social Education. And in this department, we train the students to become the teachers for special education. But they have to face the target is probably physically disabled or mentally disabled students. But they only train our students to become the teacher of the young, mentally and physically disabled. But in this society, there are a lot of disabled people. After they graduate from the high school of special education, they have no chance to go anywhere. So normally they will stay home and become very hopeless and helpless. So our faculty members, they identify the needs of this adult. So they organize 17 professors out of 10 different departments, which including physical education, including logistics and marketing, and even from many different departments. And these faculty members are from 3 different universities. And especially, I think this project is working with one association for the adults of mentally and physically disabled in Pindong County. And it covers the whole county. And I think this is a very, very big association. And also they take care over thousands of adults of mentally and physically disabled. So that's the reason and also the motivation why our professors and even the professors from other universities would like to work with this association. And for the past 2 years, they did a lot of great jobs. And they help the disabled adult to produce some simple products and even to help them to marketing the products for them to make their self-sustaining business. I think this is some of the photo I would just like to show you that in this project, a lot of the parents of the disabled are really touched. And even the local government and the central government, they noticed how we did to this kind of the people. So we named this project to make a disadvantaged life different, to make them become sustainable, and then they can take care of themselves, and even they will become more helpful and hopeful for their futures in life. Okay, so what we are going to do in 2020 and on. And this year, we just approved by the Ministry of Education, Taiwan, for USR initiatives. As I mentioned, the first and 2 have already been in business for 2 years. But we still got the other 2 new projects, and they all got a huge money from the Ministry of Education. I would like to start from here. The third one is that we set up an accelerators of cross-cultural industry for regional revitalization engagement. I think this is also to help those students and even those social enterprise entrepreneurs when they want to have their own startup companies. They need the accelerators. They need some consultants and even advice from the university. So we set up these accelerators of the cross-cultural industry for regional revitalization engagement. And this is also the only one project in Taiwan that we make the best use of our Faculty of Education. So we call it a tri-teacher service plan for Pingtung remote and mountain areas. What is the tri-teachers? Which means that the faculty members of my university, they take their students to work with the teachers in the remote school. Together, they make it 3, and the tri-teachers model service, the tri-teachers service model will provide a lot of the chance for especially the teacher to be a very good chance to know the needs and to serve in the remote areas, because I think also this is the problem in many of the countries, because the young teachers, normally they don't like to teach in the remote and even in the mountain areas. So we have to let them know, and we have to provide the opportunity, let them to be familiar with the future working place in the remote and even in the mountain areas. So we call the tri-teachers, but the main part of the tri-teachers service plan is the futures teachers, which means pre-service teachers. And they have to be advised by our faculty members, and even they have to be advised by the teachers now teaching at the remote and needed areas. So these 4 university social responsibility initiatives are approved by the Ministry of Education from 2022, and each year they receive huge money. I think most of them received at least 5 million bahts for each project to work on different projects. So you can count on for these 4 projects how many money, how many grants they can utilize to help those needed in different areas and even in different topics. And as I mentioned before, that the National Development Council Taiwan just announced 2019 the first years of regional revitalization. So the university also take these chances to do our engagement for regional revitalization. And this one is even bigger project than the USR project, because this is to use the resources of the university to help the local municipality. So we totally set up 10 teams, 10 working teams. They consisting of at least 5 to 6 different professors, the professors from different fields of studies. So a team at least have 5 to 6, and even some will be over 10 professors. They work together, and they're working on the project proposal for the local municipalities, because most of the local township and even the village, they don't have the capacity and capability to write the project proposal. So we have to identify what their needs and how can we help them to write the proposals. So I think these 10 teams working with the local municipalities quite well. And so far, starting from the end of last year, we have totally 5 projects being financially approved by National Development Council for approximate over 7 million US dollars. So I think this is a huge money so that we can help the local municipality to get the money for their sustainable development in their local areas. I think this is also a very important mission for us. And we are so far the #1 university in Taiwan to help this kind of the regional revitalization engagement. I would like to proudly announce that we are the #1 university in Taiwan. And this year, we are still expecting the numbers of the projects and even the funds will be increasing because we still have 5 teams. Their project proposal have been sent to the National Development Council and are waiting for the final approvals. But until then, probably I will also provide you the very good news for your reference. And these are also included in the missions of our Mount Dao Center for Social Engagement and Sustainable Development. So Mount Dao Center for Social Engagement and Sustainable Development is the first student active involvement for USSR. So not the faculty members, but also the student. They have to become very well aware of university students' social responsibility. And the second is linking corporates for UCSR, which means the university corporate social responsibility. And the final is that starting from USR, we become UCSR, and we become USSR. And then we have the future's major task force for the United Nations Social Development Goals. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our ultimate goals for the centers. And we have the 2 pathways to achieve the ultimate goals. The first one is, as I just mentioned, we applied our university social responsibilities project to link with the corporate social responsibility project resources for UCSR. I think it will generate the maximum beneficial credit to society and community. So not only the university itself, but also we link the enterprises resources together to make the maximum beneficial credits. I think this is the first pathway. And the second pathway, as I mentioned before, that's universities' students' social responsibility for the SDGs. Involving students to the projects, I think is the most important than involving the faculty members. So we have to let them know the UCSR and the regional revitalization, the meanings, and even the importance. So, ladies and gentlemen, the concept of university student social responsibility and making students with the awareness of the USSR to become future's main task force for SDGs. So we talk about a lot of the SDGs, but when we talk about SDGs, we have to be very aware of where is our task force. The task force is not only the faculty members, but the students. They will become the future's main task forces. So I think this is the main purpose of my presentation here, and I would like to share with you. And I would like to say, in my university, although we are not a very, very top university in the world, but we have already become a very, very famous and very, very important university for the regional needs. Not only the southern Taiwan, but also including the northern part of Taiwan and even the eastern northern parts of Taiwan. So I think if a regional university can play its role, and even they can set up some very clear and very clarified objectives and missions, then the regional university like Ratchapan University in Thailand, we can also make the university become a very important university and become a very famous, important university. I think this is what I would like to say. And most of you probably are very familiar with the sustainable goals set up by the United Nations in the 2015. So the last but not the least, I would like to share this slide, which I would conclude that my university is on the pathway to SDGs. And the pathways, we started from UGSI, because we work with 4 different sectors: different university, different governments, different society, and even industries and internations. And we starting from UGSI, and we link the corporate social responsibility to make it UCSR. And we take the resources we integrate to make our students to be aware of their social responsibility. So that's university students' social responsibility. And this student, after their involvement in the USR project and involvement in the regional revitalization projects, they will become very well aware of their students' social responsibility. And these students, if they are not for SDG, at least they will become what we call socially responsible for themselves. So they will become, at least sometimes they become a social entrepreneurs. And maybe sometimes they pick from the social enterprise, the entrepreneur or social enterprise, and to become a big boss of a big enterprise. And with the training and the knowledge they got from the university, they know, they are aware of their social responsibility from the industries or from the enterprise point of view. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude that this is our pathway. And I even would like to share with all of you, if you have any question and even any comments for my talk, and even you are interested in working with my university, and too, I would like to share our experience for university social responsibility and even the regional revitalization for SDGs. So I would like to quote the founders of the Cornell University, which is my alma mater. The founder, Ezra Cornell, say, I would found an institution where any person can find instruction in any study. And he ended here. I think this is great enough. But for my point of view, nowadays, if I were him, I would add this. This institution is not only for this, but also for USR and SDGs. I think this is concluded my talk here. So ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to present my talk through the video clips. But in the meantime, I would also have to apologize for not being able to come in person. And even I would like to apologize to the organizer, especially Nakhon Si Thammarat University, because they have already input a lot of efforts to organize this great event. But because of the coronavirus outbreak in Wuhan, China, so many countries, especially the neighboring countries of China, are seriously affected. And Taiwan, because we have a very good measures and control of the epidemic quarantines. So we, as the president of the university, we are advised to stay at home. Not at home. Now, this home is called my university. We have to stay at my university. And even I have to take command and control of any emergency happened unexpectedly. So that's the reason I myself and my colleagues won't be able to come. But I hope through the video talk, you may also get some inspiration and get some response. If you have any, please contact me through email, or if it's possible, then probably I will stay for the video conference for your question and comments. So once again, thank you for listening to my talk, and I'm going to make my university a university 4.0, because during my presentation, I mentioned university have to move forward, not only for teaching or research. My definition of university 1.0 is that 1.0 is the university only for teaching. But the content you teach had to be updated with what your research work and what your research outcome. So my definition for the university 2.0 is the university work on teaching plus research, but it's not enough. So if a university can apply its teaching research outcome to work with the industry, then I would say this is the university 3.0. However, now in Thailand, you're talking about Thailand 4.0. In Germany, people talking about industry 4.0. And in Taiwan, we are talking about the productivity 4.0. But for the university 0.0, for the education industry, I would provide my definition for university 4.0, which is a university of teaching, research, academia, industry, cooperation, plus USR and regional revitalization. Then this is what I really mean University 4.0. So I would like to end my talk here. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Mike Gu, the President of National Pingtung University, Taiwan. So we are actually on air with the National Pingtung University. So if we have any question, please raise it.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's very nice presentation.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes.
Is
Is
there
there any comments and questions from the audience? Hello?
Yeah?
Is there any question or comments from the audience?
Okay. Thank you very
Oh,
much,
okay.
the President.
Dr. Somchai, President
Yes.
of the CRU.
Sir, it's very nice to see you on video conference anyway.
Yes.
Are you all right for the Wuhan things in Taiwan? Are you okay for all the corona things that you mentioned before? But be very, concerned about your situation in Taiwan as well as in Thailand. First of all, just like to thank you for your presentation, in which is very clear picture for developing our university as community engagement, taking into account with the students to get involved with the community development, starting from their, we call their first path of the students' curriculum learning in the universities. And every process is very obvious that you mentioned about how to enforce our students to take part in community engagement, which is very important. But one more thing is that it will be very beneficial for our students as well. If you can mention about how to process the student learning for credit bank for the way in which they learn from community as well. Anyway, it's a very great presentation. We appreciate that. And take care.
Thank you so much, President Dr. Somchai. Yeah, your comment is very positive and very good. And I would like to answer your question first. The Wuhan pneumonia here in Taiwan actually is well controlled by our government because we have very strict systematic control and measurement measures. So nowadays, a lot of the passengers who are from China or from Hong Kong or Macau are temporarily prohibited to come into Taiwan. And so far, the outbreak in Taiwan has been under control. So I think this is first the question. So we are very well, but still we have to be very cautious. And even I would provide this advice to all of the Thai organization that you also have to be very cautious about this serious epidemic situation. And the second, talking about how to involve our students into this project. Probably you have noticed that during my presentation, I didn't talk too much about the performance of all of our research and even our teaching. But we focused on the university social responsibility. So what I mean is that a university cannot just focus on its own purpose or own targets inside the campus. They have to share, the university have to share the resources of the faculty members and even the research outcome and even the research resources to share with the communities who are really in need. So that's what we call the university social responsibility. And to extend the coverage of the university social responsibility, not only the faculty members are involved because the faculty members, the number of faculty number are still a little bit limited. We have to involve the enormous numbers of the students. So we provide a lot of programs and even courses who some are selective, some are required. So in that case, some of the special programs designed for this social responsibility program or even for regional revitalization programs, we encourage the professors to recruit, even to attract the student to come into these courses. And after they take in the courses as a requirement, they become very familiar with what the professors are doing and even what the purpose of this kind of the project and courses we offer to them. So the student, they will become aware of their responsibility, not only inside the university, but after they finish their study inside the university, they will become the main task force for the future's social responsibility task force and even for the sustainable development goals main task force. So this is the second question. And the students, when they take this kind of courses, the credits are given to them, so they can put into these credits they took from the program into the required total credits they need to finish before their graduation. So I think we have the encouragement. We also have the incentive, and even we put some regulation to make it into action. So students, they know the projects and they become interested, and they probably will be attracted to become maybe sometimes in the latest they will become the social entrepreneurs, and even later they become an important business owner. I think this is the purpose of what we are now doing, not only for the community but also for our students. So I hope I answer your question.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, President
Yes.
Dr. Mike Gu. And
Yes.
we are really working forward to work with you with the third ICRU International Conference. Thank you very much and see you soon.
I hope this idea that can also be, this idea can also interest you. If you have any question, I certainly will be very happy to work with you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. I hope the conference great success. And even I look forward to seeing all of you next year in Taiwan, Pingdong.
All right, see you soon.
See you next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the third keynote speaker will be the representative from the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology. He obtained his PhD in forestry at the University of the Philippines in 2008, PhD in rural development in 2016, MS in agriculture in 2002, and Master of Educational Management in 2013. He is also an awardee as an outstanding agricultural scientist by the Department of Agriculture Philippines in 2016 and 2019, an outstanding Asian researcher by Philippine Association of Research Managers. He has at least 40 publications in Scopus ISI Index Journal, and he has published and authored 7 books in statistics and forestry. Currently, he is the president of the Scholars Academic Society, an international speaker and lecturer of various scientific conferences, and an editor and reviewer of international journals. Without much further ado, I would like to call on Dr. Professor Onofre S. Carpus, the Vice President of Research, Development, and Extension, Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology.
My due respect to the President of the Nakonsi NSTRU, University President, Assistant Professor Dr. Kanato Tatung, the Deputy Secretary General of the Saipatana Foundation, Mr. Sorat Chairapant, officials and distinguished men and women who are in attendance today, other guest participants, observer of this international conference on world sustainable development. Good morning. First, I would like to ask your permission not to present a PowerPoint presentation of the lecture that should be presented by our college president, because they just handed me a paper. So I will just read his lecture, this afternoon. At the outset, on behalf of our delegation from the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology, Philippines, under the leadership of our dear college president, Dr. Aliki Dilanggalan, I would like to say thank you to the administration of the Nakonsi Tamarat Rajabat University for the very warm welcome and accommodation that you have afforded to us all, regardless of our language and cultural differences. What binds us all is our being Asians. In addition to that, we Filipinos and Thais are quite similar when it comes to how we entertain our visitors. We always give our best at being hospitable to our guests. Again, thank you for that. Let me share a little bit of information about our beloved institution. CFCST, or the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology, is a chartered state college that is located in the south central part of the southmost island of the Philippines. It was founded by a great Muslim Maguindanaon princess, the late Hajiabai Fatima Matabay Flang. It was he who dreamed of establishing an educational institution in the far-flung areas to serve the most underprivileged members of the society, especially the tribal minorities or the so-called indigenous people in southern Philippines, who were deprived of education during that time. Today, the school is proud of itself for perpetuating the legacy of its great founder and for bringing positive impact on the lives of those who were able to earn their education from our beloved institution. As a quality policy, the Foundation College operates in accordance with the 4+1 functions of instruction, research, extension, and production, as well as that of the custodial care program, wherein all students are free, including food, shelter, etc., from the basic education up to tertiary education. We always try our very best to be effective in our core functions of offering quality and affordable tertiary education, developing a research-oriented community, conducting community outreach and education extension programs, and providing a safe haven for children of adversity. However, without the aid of science and technology, I do not think that our beloved institution would be effective in performing its core functions. I believe that you, all of us, would agree that the growth and development of educational institutions or academic communities like CFCST and NSTRU are mostly dependent on science and technology. I could never imagine a world having a crude technology or body of science that do not cope with the changes and demands of time. Going back to the first and utmost function of our beloved institution, the provision of affordable and quality instruction, take note of the word affordable. I guess we are fortunate that the Philippine government now enacted the law on free college tuitions for all state universities and colleges, including our dear CFCST. So practically, we do not collect payments for our students, tuition and other fees. This makes college education more accessible in all parts of our country. Moreover, education must be of high quality. This is only possible if we provide our learners the most conducive teaching and learning environment. And how do we do this? Well, we usually start with basics. A classroom that is well equipped with good sound system, excellent air ventilations, LCD projectors, smart TV, smart board, comfortable chairs and tables, state-of-the-art buildings, modern equipment, and all other things that are products of scientific study and precision technology. The point is, governments could make education affordable and accessible, but most importantly, it is the quality that makes the difference. It is science and technology that brings intellectual development to our learners. It is science and technology that makes work of instructors more efficient and effective. Science and technology could be the catalyst to attain community development. Our faculty and students, researchers encouraged to come up with new and useful ideas that would lead to scientific and technological revolutions in order to advance and improve the quality of socioeconomic status of our internal and external stakeholders. We may not be hard scientists or researchers. However, the small contribution that we make in the alleviation of poverty among the community could have a long-lasting and multiplying impact to their lives. It is therefore imperative to our researchers and extension workers that the things they perform must be in accordance with the highest level of ethical scientific standards. We never negotiate or settle for second best when it comes to standardization of process and practices, most especially for research and extension. Another thrust of our college is the mandatory conduct of income-generating projects. Due to the decreasing amount of government subsidy for most state colleges and universities in the Philippines. If we do not make our production scientific based, then what financial gain would it give to our institution? By doing the various processes scientifically, we could be assured of better production of crops, livestock, and other agricultural commodities. In addition to all of this, CFCST is a unique educational institution because it caters to the needs of the orphan learners, or the so-called poor but deserving students. Something that our founder envisioned, being an educator and a social worker herself. We have the custodial care program where children from very poor families are provided with food, shelter, clothes, and most importantly, basic and tertiary education. Our institution believes that in helping these children succeed in their lives, they would also do the same favor that they have experienced. Thus, there is a positive and desirable ripple effect. To wrap things up, let me reiterate my most heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the faculty, staff, and administration of Nakonsi Tamarat Rajabat University for welcoming, accommodating us all. Maraming salamat po. To God be the most glory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And could you please be on the stage because we're gonna have the MOU signing ceremony next. So please. And next session will be the Memorandum of Understanding or MOU signing ceremony. This is especially between Nakhon Si Thammarat Ratchapat University and the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology. On the stage, there will be our president and vice president of Cotabato and one witness from each university. May I invite our President, Assistant Professor Dr. Kanathat Thong, the President of Nakhon Si Thammarat Ratchapat University, to the stage. And may I invite Dr. Sompong Raksa Tham, the Vice President, to be the witness of the MOU.
Yes, and we would like to invite also Professor Dr. Onofre S. Corpus to sign the MOU and to be witnessed by Professor Harry Sinalunding, the Director of Instruction.
The objective of the MOU is to endeavor to strengthen, promote, and develop on the basis of direct cooperation and collaboration in the field of research, education, and in training programs on the basis of equality and mutual benefits. Let's wait for the MOU.
Thank you very much for the wonderful moment of signing the MOUs between CFCST and NSTRU.
Yeah, we hope to have the bright future together as an international institutions.
And also at this moment, we would like to present a token of appreciation for the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology to be awarded by our president and be received by Dr. Professor Onofre Corpus.
You can see the different color of the scarf because it's made of different organic plants. From the result of the research that is very successful, not only the research, but it can go beyond only being a research and becomes business, commercial.
Thank you very much, sirs. So that would be the end of our morning ceremony. We would like to invite everyone for the lunch at the first floor of this auditorium. And we are going to see you at the panel room after lunch to present the researches. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day and enjoy your lunch.
15 more